Hello and welcome to Session 7 of Star Wars Destiny of the Force. Everyone's here today, including Gareth, playing a new character now, Young Fel, Prince of the Fel Empire, son of Jag Fel and Jaina Solo. So, as the adventures so far to this point have followed, we have had our Jedi trainees on the trail of an unknown figure named Saren and his associates Miranda, a genius drone master controller, and Jakata, a mercenary demolitionist. They stole kyber crystals from the Jedi, and Miranda is known to have been a professor at the Anaxes War College of the Empire, and was appearing to work on a prototype using those kyber crystals. Using information found from a drone, the team has embarked to the outer rim and kind of underworld planet of Socorro in search of the shipment of kyber crystals and hoping to find Jakata, as she was the one primarily responsible for their theft. If not, to at least find a trail on them. Meanwhile, one of the team members, Sol, has received word from a recent ally, Zuvki, a Jawa on Tatooine, that he may have information about Saren, and Sol has left, along with R2-D2 and Rey, to go and to Tatooine and find out more about this. So we will begin on Socorro with everyone but Sol amongst the PCs, and as well as their friend Princess of Hapes, Vanada. And they are currently moving through the streets of Socorro, air thick with exhaust fumes and just the slightest taste of ash, as Socorro is a dark, volcanic world, very dry, hot. It would almost be a desert if it weren't for the fact that most of the fields are lava fields, mostly molten black rock. As you're passing through, you would all mostly stand out just because you're probably a bit cleaner than everyone else around. The long-term kind of dust and ash begins to affect the clothes for the people who've been around longer, but you do see here and there some spacers who are also as clean as you, probably people passing through or taking goods and supplies to and from. And as you're moving through, you got a general feeling as you landed that there may be some things you could find out in one of the, for lack of a better term, we'll call it cantina, but it's very much a sort of dug in, just barely poking out from the ground restaurant that is sort of uses some of the thermal and lava to kind of almost decorate it with red bands of molten rock through the walls. As you all descend down in, there's a soft music playing, a bit of I'd say for cantina music, kind of harder rock uh, more industrial sound. A little chaotic. You can tell that this is definitely a den of trouble. But you're here because you know the general location on the planet where the shipment should be based on those drone files, but you have no idea how to get there. It's a large, kind of, basically a thin spire-like construct with what looks to be a factory kind of sprawling around it, high up on a sort of nearby mountain overlooking this area, but there was no real landing site for vehicles that you could find. So you're here to kind of get an idea of maybe how you can get up to that spire or that general location, or obviously who owns it, or anything else you can think of that might help you. And yeah, so the 6 of you are now in this location.
How do people live like this? The ash, the noise?
Probably an early death.
Can't say I blame them.
I don't know. I kind of like it here. I'm going to pull up the air mask on my flight suit.
Even inside?
Yeah.
So I felt envious.
Yeah, Kadas is... He's trying to not show it, but he's vibing with the music.
Yeah, as you're looking around, as you're all looking around, Kadas, you notice you're not the only one vibing with the music, nor are you the only one in Mandalorian armor.
Oh no. What color?
Mostly silver, a bit of black and purple clan markings. You note that you can't quite see them straight on, but the armor seems familiar to you, like you definitely have seen it before, but not quite that good looking, like maybe it's had work done or more effort made to the fit, or you're not sure, but that's kind of the feel you get. You see on the back of this Mandalorian, you see what appears to be a collapsed force pike, some kind of blaster that's on the back. It can't be too large, but it looks like it has some weight to it, and then a pistol holster at the belt. There is a jetpack as well, hence why you can't really figure out exactly the weapon. And the clan markings are not a common one. They're not any of the big ones. It seems to be one of the smaller groups that's kind of established themselves over the last few decades, just trying to, more of like kind of a very small collection of people, probably not even all family, just kind of don't fit into the other clans. As you're remembering, you believe the clan name is Fade.
Kadas will kind of gently elbow the nearest person, just incline his head towards the other Mandalorian. Now, if I had a bet on bounty hunter or mercenary, either way, they probably know where to find wherever this Najakata could be hiding out, or at least narrower options.
Could you repeat that, Val?
They could be working for them. That's what I would do. hire someone to just scope out their local cantina and warn me if there's trouble.
Maybe, but I don't know. Don't you think it's a bit too obvious of a lookout?
Depends on who they're looking out for.
Yeah,
Not
like I
wrong.
said, their back is to you mostly right now, but they clearly are like moving along to the music a bit, and you get a feeling they're just looking out at kind of the multi-levels of the cantina. Maybe they're looking for someone, maybe they're just kind of chilling, standing up kind of thing. But they're near one of the guardrails, looking down into a lower level of this restaurant cantina-like location.
Well, you speak Weaponese. Go talk to them. And Sid is going to take the opportunity to start looking around to see who might be watching them or take notice of them.
All right, I'll see if I can find anything out. Just make sure I don't get surprised.
I'll keep an eye out for you.
All right, Kadas will make his way towards this other Mandalorian, but he'll take kind of a not direct path directly behind him. He wants to come in from a side view where, maybe he can be seen by this Mandalorian's peripheral vision, so it's not like a complete surprise. Because, never know how someone's going to act if you just tap on their shoulder.
Okay. So, as you're doing that, you said, Sid, you wanted to look around?
Yep.
Okay. 3 difficulty, 1 setback due to kind of dim lighting.
All right. Fortunately, the Force is with me.
Yeah, you don't see anything as you're looking around, but you feel something. You do feel some eyes on you from some of the patrons, but you feel like the eyes are mostly on you and Venata, and you get the impression that you're just drawing interest that way.
All right. Sid's body language might shift a little bit to be more flirtatious, but just
Yeah, Venata, meanwhile, is not in a flirtatious body language at all, because this just isn't her kind of place. But,
not mine either. But if it works, it might work. Who knows?
All
It's
right.
just, anyway, yeah.
So as Kadas, as you approach the Mandalorian, so how do you want to approach them, just to be clear?
Just kind of from their side and a little distance away, so they have time to possibly see Kadas before he gets too close. And if it doesn't look like he'll react, Kadas will call out, or if they will react, because we don't know the gender.
Yep. So once you begin to do that and start getting a better look at the markings in the helmet, the familiarity grows. You probably know this person, or at least have seen them up close before. As you get close enough, the Mandalorian kind of turns and to face you with very open body language, very kind of almost friendly demeanor, and you begin to realize quickly, definitely female Mandalorian, very feminine kind of chest paneling. Now that you can see it up close, and she just, you can almost hear her smile through the helmet as she says, "Cut us!" And she opens her arms toward you, and you vaguely remember the name Delani. As someone who once was around you and Sabella a long time ago, but ended up getting kind of pulled away by her family, and thus not really going on the same later journeys you did, but you know she's about your age, and at one time you knew each other.
Well, seeing this as an old friend causes kind of drop the hesitation, and he'll kind of open his arms up to do like a quick embrace.
Yeah.
Delani Fade.
Yeah, and she kind of just puts her arm kind of on your shoulder. It's not really a full, like, even hug or embrace, but it's like the very loosest of just kind of more affection than just by the armors, Gareth. And he kind of just hits your armor, and before pulling back, and says, "Oh, come on, you can call me Lonnie." She just seems to kind of tilt her helmet and just you almost get a, like, you see a kind of relaxed stance, but also not at the same time. Like, you get a feeling she's wondering why you're here.
Of all the places I expected to see you again, well, maybe I shouldn't be too surprised, actually.
A lot of Mandos pass through here. A lot of mostly mercs.
Huh, I didn't know that. Could come in handy, but yeah, I'm here with some friends from Osis. Are you by yourself here, or?
I was by myself, but, and she kind of puts a metallic finger on your armor. Guess not anymore. And she gives you another little pat on the shoulder before saying, "I heard Harik mention going to Osis. Did he speak with you?"
He did. He and Zada stopped by to ask me about Cinderfett.
Well, then we really aren't alone, are we? And she pulls out what you can determine as a bounty hunting kind of data chip, and activates it and shows that it's for Cinder.
So you got into bounty hunting after all.
Still mostly for the clan.
I'm gonna.
Us smaller ones don't have the same opportunities to pal around with Jedi.
That was. It's less about opportunity, and I think about being at the right place with the right kind of possibilities. Would you like to talk with them? I'm sure they. Well, we're all a little fish out of water here.
Can't say I know the place much better, but if... Kinda tilts her head forward. If you want me to... meet your friends, I suppose. And you see her say, I'll find us a table. And you see her go toward the stairs and begin to descend down into the lower part.
Well, maybe it is a little bit of destiny. And Kanas will return to the group.
Yeah, I think Talia would have kept on her promise and kind of been standing by and just folds her arms as he comes back. Someone you knew?
Yeah, that was Delani, Clan Fade. We grew up for a time, same city on Mandalore. Then, well, some of the clans are more nomadic than others, and haven't seen her a long time before I even left.
Well, at least you found a friend.
A friend who is also looking for Cinder.
She just kind of raises an eyebrow. Well, that
So,
could be
competition?
beneficial.
Oh, by the way, to anyone looking, she was almost as tall as Kadas also.
So she's fairly tall.
Yeah. She's probably 6 foot.
Oh, tall as Cass.
But this thing with Cinder, it's not really I mean, it is, but it's more about. This is hard to say to Jedi. Whatever prestige, honor, than it is about credits or
Personal.
It's a thing that needs to be done, not a thing. Well, anyway, we can talk to her, and maybe she's also indicated there's been other Mandalorians, and might have an information network available to us at the very least.
I think we would be wise to see what we can get out of it for sure.
If Vanana speaks up at this point, if she's here for Cinder, how much would this have to do with Nye?
Well, Cinder's friends had something against Nijikata's employer, right?
As far as I remember.
So, potentially what we could do, if we're feeling risky, is ally with Nye against Cinder in order to gain access to Nye.
I dislike that.
Nye's seen almost all of us.
I out of character question. Didn't Nye shoot at us because she lost her job?
Well, we were also going after them in that building.
Well, she shot both of us, and then let's see, what else did she do? She shot you again on which riddle word was it? Tenoar?
No, that was Damoclay.
Oh, Damoclay, that's right.
No, Nye was real Tainar.
I guess I'm
And
just getting confused, so don't worry about it.
then we both did ally with Cinder against Nye and then betray her.
Venata just side glances at Sid like, oh, how honorable.
Yeah, I'm not entirely for that plan.
I have to be honest. Anything that comes to Cinder, I want to be as above board as possible. I don't know the full things of what she's done toward being hunted like this, but I don't want to dishonor myself if I don't have to.
Well, then I guess
And we're going to be entering the fray as a third party, hostile to potentially both sides.
Yes. If it comes down to that, you shouldn't let my obligations interfere with your duty.
We don't even know if they are related to each other, though.
It's true. But if Cinder's here, as Delani may believe, or at least was here recently, I would like to get some information on that. But I'm not going to chase every little clue and ghosts when I have work that needs to be done here.
Nye is the priority. If Cinder's here and not related, you might just have to let her run off to wherever the next hunting ground will be.
I can't promise that unless... I just can't promise that.
You do what you have to do, Karas. I think all of us here are going to back you up no matter what.
Tass will look at Talia and just nod his head and thanks. Well, Delani might have found us somewhere down in the lower area to sit. And, well, whatever she knows, I'm sure we'll get out of her.
Worth a shot?
All right, and I guess unless anyone has anything else to do, Canassos just start heading away and looking for her in the lower area.
no, I'm good.
Yep, I think Talia's going.
Yeah.
Okay. Then as you Young, are you going as well, or are you looking around by yourself?
Young has been waiting rather impatiently as they've talked about everything but the mission for the past 10 minutes. So, yes, as soon as they say they're going to go speak to someone who has information, he will follow Kadas.
All right. Then as the six of you go down into the lower levels, it's the harder industrial music is now more of just kind of beats, like kind of rumbling beats against the from the ceiling, and kind of just bass to what's overall a kind of softer sound down here. The lights, the red light is a little brighter as more veins of moving molten lava is visible. And you see a mostly unoccupied large table area where Lonnie has managed to get a seat and seems to have removed her helmet and be drinking from a kind of an orangish looking liquid. And here's her appearance as reminder or just general observation. And
So wait, your Mandalorian helmets actually come off? I thought they were bolted on.
I take it off when I'm not on a mission. Sometimes.
not enough.
Kadas, what's
you hear Panada say?
Why did Sol see you in the steam room with just the helmet on?
You have to get adjusted to humidity and being able to breathe in a helmet that's not sealed all the way.
It's like when you have a new pair of jeans, right?
Exactly.
Anyway. Yeah, after Vanada makes that comment, Delani would wave you all over.
Kadas, what's a polite way to greet a Mandalorian?
You just well, you're not.
That's fair.
I mean, you can give a warrior salute kind of thing in your culture, and not like those, military ones. But we're not paying her for services as bounty hunter or mercenary, so just treat her with respect.
So kind of like a duelist nod.
Sure.
Sid gives Lonnie a duelist nod as she comes to sit at the table.
You get
Seems like quite aggressive.
You get a nod in return.
All right, Kadas will get into the table and sit next to her and take his helmet off.
Vanada will sit next to Kadas and give a very soft clap, just one quick one, but enough for everyone else to understand why when he removes the helmet.
Everyone's so shameless about getting Kadas's helmet off.
It's the dyed mohawk, I tell you.
You just
It must
see
be.
Sid kind of drop a few credits in front of Vanada as though she had just won a bet.
Young's just shaking his head.
Yeah, Talia's just gonna sit down and nod towards Solani and just be like, "It's nice to meet you."
If you're friends with Kadas, you must be alright. And you just see her take a drink.
I'd hope so. Kadas isn't too much trouble.
They're good, and they can more than handle their weight in a fight.
She just keeps drinking to that, and gives you for a brief moment what you can only discern as like probably the closest thing she's ever gotten to flirting with other Mandalorians, which is just kind of an eyebrow raise briefly before while sipping, and otherwise looking around at the rest of the table.
Inwardly just thinking he should have kept that helmet on.
Well, you can tell she's not a very flirtatious person, but that's about the best you're
An eyebrow raise is an eyebrow raise too far.
Cass isn't gonna sit at the table with everybody else. He's gonna sit at a different table and watch out for people who may be trying to cause a problem with us.
All right.
So is the eyebrow the Mandalorian version of the ankle then? Anyway, Sid is going to order something to drink.
Oh, and I'd like it to be a table in which I could probably do a somewhat easier stealth check.
Yes.
Yeah, it
Luckily
could
for
also-
you, due to the lighting, that's pretty easy to figure out.
It could also do the same as Sidani because, you know, this looks like a pretty good place to have a drink.
Vanada is gonna pass.
So Delani, my friends and I have been looking for a couple of mercenaries that absconded with a shipment meant for Osis. We
Does
know
this have something to do with Cinder?
believe that one of the mercenaries, Nai Jakata, was employed by, I don't have the man's name, a gangster near the real Tenar systems. And Cinder, for at least a temporary stop, worked with some criminals to halt his business, or at least his influence, for a moment. Could be related, could just be a debt or a favor owed.
She just seems to kind of consider that, and I know Cinder has an associate. Nai Jakata, I've never heard of her.
She's a Ratataki woman, explosives expert, who also happens to work with a former Imperial professor that specializes in drones and droids. And if it helps you further, we know that, one of Cinder's associates was a man called the Phoenix, who worked as a arena fighter on Damocli. The other is a Pantoran man whose name escapes me at the moment.
His name's Lux.
Cast them while they're talking. Can you make a perception check against 3 red?
Ah, so close.
Okay.
Was he within close range? So I could have given him a boost if he was within close.
He's within short range. Yeah, he's in short range, I'd say. Does that still apply?
It says allies within close or gets 1 boost, and Gage gets 2, but I want to
Okay. I
double
assume
check
that's
with the
close probably means short in that instance. So yeah, roll 1 boost die, Caston. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you just see as you two are describing him, you just see Lonnie kind of tilt her head and look across kind of past where Castum's sitting across the bar to near the furthest you can be from where you're all sitting. And she just takes a kind of finishing, like, knockback of her drink and puts a hand on her helmet. That Pantoran?
Talia looks over her shoulder.
And you see, you all see a Pantoran man with long, kind of slicked back, silverish hair that kind of pops out a bit, and dressed in kind of a trench coat and seems to be leaning against a table, kind of with a smile. Looks like he's talking, probably you can guess, probably to an information broker of some kind, given the look of the one he's talking to. And definitely hasn't noticed you all or anything, but it looks familiar enough to you to be the Lux Orphos that you met before.
Yeah, that's the one.
You just see Delani grab at the edge of her helmet to go put it on.
I can talk to him if we prefer. He at least liked me enough.
That might be good, before he gets shot.
Which says that, you can also kind of look up to see if he spots Cinder anywhere in the upper areas.
Okay. All right. Yep. 3 red, 2 purple. Perception check.
Prepare to be amazed.
We are amazed.
Oh,
We are indeed amazed.
That's brutal. Sorry.
I think you might have just accidentally got stabbed in the eye. What the hell?
You just take 2 strain there, and as you're all getting up and looking around as you're kind of looking up above, trying to see if you can see Cinder above anywhere, Lonnie runs into you as she's trying to get up and make a move, and the 2 of you kind of get knocked around and into a corner wall, her kind of having to hold you up from falling over, and you at this point, all the noise, you guys see Lux look in your direction and then start to like kind of see like he's quickly saying goodbye to the information broker and making his move toward stairs on his side of the room toward the upper level.
Talia's gonna go after him.
Sid is just going to stroll casually toward the information broker.
And what's everyone else doing? So Kadas is currently Kadas and Lonnie are kind of falling into each other toward the side. Sid's going to the information broker. Talia's chasing after Lux.
I'll go with Talia and chase Lux.
Kadas will try to stable himself, but he'll try to grab his personal transponder and hand it to Delani. If you catch up to him, but he still gets away.
I'd say right now you two are still kind of falling over each other, so
Yeah.
I don't think you have
Awkward.
that coordinated of movement.
Yeah.
But all right, and then I guess cast him.
I have the odd feeling that. No, I was going to say meta because I know Cinder might be here, but I don't want to leave a.
Well, because he's looking specifically for Cinder, he'd be rolling against Cinder's check regardless of whether she's here or not.
Yeah, I know, but I kind of like. Either way, I'd stay behind because of Sid. Don't want to leave everybody, extremely split up or alone or anything.
So you're
Do
staying
it.
with Sid. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right then, we'll have we'll start with the chase for Lux. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, coordination check. No difficulty because it's a chase. Coordination check from Young and Talia because of this. You're having to deal with stairs right now, and then it'll go into full athletics.
Stairs.
Oh, looks like he got a good start, but don't worry, he's not that good at athletics. So. Okay. So as you both get up there, he would have escaped without you knowing where he went, except Talia, you catch just a glimpse of his coat as one of the doors is sliding closed. He's clearly gone outside already. So you guys can continue the chase. Do
Yeah.
athletics now.
She'll make it to the top of the steps and just look back at Young like that way.
That way. Let's go.
I think Talia caught him.
We'll see. Yeah, I'd say so. How do you
else
want to
could-
do this, Talia? Because Young isn't gonna catch up any, so Young is you're gonna get to him, and then Young will be still like a distance away when you catch up to him. So, but yeah, you do kind of. Oh, I will say you. Before you describe, the two of you run out into the street. It seems it's not the main road that you came in on. It's one of but it's not an alley either. It's just kind of one of the off streets through, and you just see him running down the sidewalk kind of brushing past some people, just enough ahead that Young can't catch up, but you feel just a very good sense of the Force in the moment, very clear-headed, and are able to move through the people without any concern. And then, yeah, how do you
Right.
want to handle it as you get close to him?
So he's very intentionally trying to get away from us. Is that what she
Correct.
kind of understands? Okay.
To the point that he probably hasn't even recognized who's chasing him.
Gotcha. So in that case, Talia's just gonna probably try and at least get a hold of his arm and try to pull him out of the crowd, like maybe into a doorway or an alleyway or somewhere that's just immediately out of the way so she's not tackling him. Just very much trying to get him to stop and just probably, as she gets close enough, to kind of just say, Lux, slow down.
So as you get close, you grab his arm and spin him into a doorway, basically doing one of your learning martial artist moves, but to just get him kind of pinned into the doorway opening and against the metal door, and he has his arms out like he's prepared to try and like kick out or otherwise get past you, and then he sees you and you just see him kind of, he's still a little in fight or flight mode, but you see him kind of smirk as best as he can, go, hi.
Yeah, I really made me come for you, didn't you?
Very bad
Went,
choice of words, honey.
Maybe, but you were expecting someone different, I guess.
I saw Mandalorians and moved. Didn't see you.
That's a shame. It's been a while.
Yeah, if I had realized you were there, I would have come see you myself.
That means a lot. It's actually good timing, really. You're someone I want to talk to.
Is that so? Well,
Oh, only if you have a minute.
well, and at this point, I think Young, you would probably catch up to Talia to see her basically kind of, like it says, pinning this guy in. And you just see him kind of move with a bit of a startle look, because he sees the face mask up on Young.
I'll, panting slightly, I'll take the mask down. I'll be like, easy. I'm not here to hurt you.
I see. All right. You just see him kind of, you see him pull at his coat slightly to kind of like almost pull it closed a little bit, so his blaster holsters aren't visible.
And she'll just probably let him go a little bit at this point and just so first things first.
He seems more disappointed than anything.
Oh, understandable. Well, first things first, Lux. Is it just you? Or are you still with the rest of the group?
You see him it looks like he begins to start a sentence and stops it about 3 times before finally saying, just me. He's just given an almost full grin, just the littlest bit of his mouth closed.
Young's gonna stare at him intently, trying to see if that's a lie.
What's your discipline?
2 red and a purple, it would be.
It is a lie. But you got a feeling it was done more out of kind of wanting to protect than like and keep a situation calm rather than to keep information from you. But he is lying.
Lux, I can tell that you're withholding information. Neither I nor Talia wish you any harm. We're just trying to find out some information about a criminal who I understand you've been opposed to previously. The name Niger Carter, does that ring any bells?
Oh, her. Heh, yeah. She's here? He asks. Oh,
No, but we're looking for her. We think she's here somewhere.
oh, well. Yeah, I can't really tell you. I was looking for relic dealer and he just kind of shrugs and says, even when you and I was present, we didn't even know what they were doing.
Yeah, I'll give you that. It's still more confusing. Did you say relic dealer?
And you see at that point his lips kind of get tightly together, and it's like, mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. What sort of relics, Lux?
Oh, you know, the relic kind.
Anything to do with kyber crystals?
I have heard those can be considered relics.
Lux, you know that wasn't the question.
And he just kind of closes his eyes and gives a smile and kind of shrugs his shoulders like, it's the answer.
I'll take it for now if you can tell me what happened to Cinder.
Cinder? Yeah, Cinder. Heard she was hunting some guy.
Some guy?
Some guy.
Got anything more for me?
No, afraid I don't.
How about the location of this relic dealer?
Well, you see, I was trying to get that, and then, you know. We're here.
Sorry, Lux. I'm not trying to make you feel like you're being interrogated. It's just, we're trying to put together some leads, and, frankly, you're a trusted face for a lot of this information. Anything you do know would be helpful.
I think a suggestion was made. You make that a charm check.
Yep.
Do you wish to do so?
Yep.
Roll against 4 red with a boost.
God. Okay. No.
Oh, for sure.
I tried.
Well, if you give me a quick kiss, I suppose I could tell you everything I can tell you.
And if I did, how would I know that you actually would?
Guess we'd have to find out.
Is he bluffing me or not on this?
He's utilizing your despair.
Oh, good. Now I have to debate if Talia would actually do that. Compromise is she'll give him a kiss on the cheek.
He looks really disappointed. But puts his hands on your waist more as to move you than anything else, though he probably holds tightly for just a second. And so that he can kind of move past the two of you and out of the doorway. And he just says, "Well, I can tell you that I'm docked here, gonna be leaving real soon. I need to find someone else who knows about this guy, and if I do find out anything, I will let you both know as soon as possible. Now, if you excuse me, I have a relic hunter to
Hunt.
unearth." And he moves fairly quickly.
Interesting
Huh?
character.
He's not that bad. Can't say it was as much information I was hoping for.
Yeah, and as the two of you watch him kind of move through the crowd, we'll go back down into the area below as Sid and Custom approach the information broker, and Lonnie finally gets untangled from Kadas, and Venata is also over there at this point trying to help Kadas with doing that. And you two kind of have to lean against, like, on the floor, sort of lean against the rock for a minute. Since all your equipment and strength of bodies and all that just kind of made that a tiring affair. And Venata just kind of, she seems to be trying to, like, with what little she can, try to wipe up some of the armor that got, like, dinged up. And Lonnie just kind of slaps Hadas's shoulder and says, "Hope your friends had luck. You wanted to roll around. Could have picked a better time."
Yeah, Kadas just kind of. He looks just a mix between disappointed and frustrated, and just kind of slams his fist on the top of his helmet, and just the more things change. No, I'm sorry. He just puts his helmet back on.
He just kind of stands up, and Venata would help Kadas up if he would allow it, or step back if he moved up on his own.
He'd rather get himself up.
And then, yeah, Sid, you're approaching the information broker. Appears to be a kind of a rough-looking guy. Seen better days, but smoking something of some kind.
Sid just goes right up to him, leans on the table or bar, takes a seat of this one. Hello there.
He turns to face you, kind of tilts his eyebrows up and a little bit and his eyes down before looking back at you and blowing a bit of smoke out the side of his mouth. Otherwise, does stay silent.
Are you the one to talk to for information?
Can be. What kind of information?
Whatever it was you just told that Pantoran.
You don't look like the kind of lady that should be getting mixed up in that.
I'll pay the same rates he did.
He didn't pay, I owed him a favor.
Oh, well, here's your chance to actually make some credits off that knowledge. It's your lucky day all around.
See, I trust him. I don't trust you. And he kind of leans forward and...
I'm hurt.
He did this mock display did not do anything to help you.
I didn't think so.
He at this point he removes the thing he's smoking from his mouth, inhales a little through his nose, and then exhales out through his mouth, just a big puff in your direction.
Of course it does. And how much will trust cost me in addition to the information?
I'm not interested in dying. He puts the device back in his mouth.
If do I want to do it or not? Surely you can part with some information. You won't be the one at risk. I won't tell anyone what I got there, what I heard, whatever it was.
Charm check against 1 red, 2 purple. Does Castum help in any way? I doubt it, but he's just standing there silently.
Well, I have 2 greens, so
Yeah. I don't think he can really assist on a charm check, unfortunately, Finn.
Yeah. Let's see. I will go ahead and upgrade it.
Okay.
Oof.
Yeah. Not only are you too nice, but you're too soft, too young. And he just kind of takes a another long smoke, another exhale, and
She'll grab the vice from his fingers and toss it across the room, especially after he says that she's too nice, and give her a stern kind of look.
at this point he stands up and you realize that he was kind of hunching over and is taller than you.
Perhaps I should get you another one. Build some of that trust, yeah?
If you want to buy some information, tell me what you're looking for. I ain't giving you his.
Fellow named Nye? Well, Red Cotton named Nye.
What you got for credits?
What you got for information?
I've seen her.
Recently?
What you got for credits?
I want to make sure the information's good first.
Not until the credits are good.
She'll put 500 credits on the counter.
You see him immediately go to take 100 of that. And then he pockets it and says, that should be enough. And you see him looking at the 400 as if to say that should be enough in the sense of like, you get the impression he took the 100 for the device, not for the...
Gotcha.
He's gonna take the 400 as well, so keep your credits at 8170. So, this guy, she's a merc. Comes through here every once in a while. But recently, she was looking to sell some fly. She had said that her boss didn't need all of them.
And where's she selling these?
There's a market not too far from here.
And how does one get there?
Main exit, left, go down. Once you can smell the sulfur in your lungs, you're in the right place.
And how long? Sorry, go ahead.
Heard she's also been camping out up top at the spire. Might be able to find her there, but getting up there's a bit tricky. What with the recent activities, be quite a lot to get through.
And how would one get up there?
Well, if you could get through all the gangs working out the business, I'm sure you could use one of the maintenance crawlers. Get up through that way. Whoever's usually staying there, those paying nice for security. Be careful if I were you. At this point, he goes to take the credits.
What would the security be like?
I just hear things. And he takes the credits and begins to move to walk away.
Thank you, you've been helpful.
You just hear a grunt as he kind of hunches back over and begins to walk away.
Sid kind of rolls her eyes, but we'll look back at Cass. Oh, I think I got something out of that.
Guess we better let the others know.
So as everyone returns to regather on the upper levels of the cantina, we will now cut away to Tatooine. Back to the area around Mos Espa. You left the Jade Shadow parked in the spaceport, and R2's staying with it since you're hoping it won't be too long of a stay. So just you and Ray are making your way out toward the edge of Mos Espa, near where the pod race track is, to where a warehouse was that not too long ago, only a couple weeks, you were fighting for your life. What'd you say, Matthew?
I said good times.
Yep. So, yeah, you and Ray are approaching the warehouse. You're not quite to it yet, but from what you can tell, it looks like it's been fairly repaired. It looks like it's been re-guarded with new droid guards rather than aliens. You imagine that's probably Zuvki's doing. And speaking of, you can actually see Zuvki's scavenging crawler just hanging out outside of one of the warehouse doors. Looks to be in kind of an inactive position, kind of like how it was when you first met him, when Ray took you to what it looks like kind of just a metallic crate in the desert sands, rather than now that you can see more clearly that it's a crawler.
Were we informed beforehand whether we should go straight to the office or meet him outside, or?
And they just said to come by, so you can imagine that security at least won't shoot at you.
That's good, but Sol's gonna keep his hand by his blaster just in case.
Yeah,
Warehouse.
so since the warehouse doors are open, that's where you see Ray heading, since that's where the crawler is.
Sounds good.
She just looks to you and says, I'm not quite ready to be back here yet, but it'll be nice to see a friend.
At least it's familiar faces and not enemies. That's always a plus.
Is that so common for you that is a plus?
It's becoming common. It's almost like enemies are on every corner. Or just calling my comm.
Right. So, as the two of you approach the warehouse hangar, you see a bunch of like small crew droids mixed with pit droids carrying new scavenging material, it looks like, out of the crawler and into the warehouse. And you can see that the warehouse is a mixture of what it once was before, kind of holding and carrying crates of supplies and all that. It is still a black market warehouse, but you've seen a large portion of it has been converted into a droid manufacturing and kind of scavenge sorting area, as Lubidi and Zuvki have clearly gone into full business with each other.
Sol just sort of looks around, just says out loud, like, impressive.
Yeah, Ray just kind of smiles at everything, just like impressed at what her friend did. And, yeah, you aren't too many steps in before you hear a soft sound of like feet hitting the ground and running. And you see the gray and brown patchwork robe of Zuvki come around the corner as it hey! and kind of makes his way toward Ray specifically, as she kind of kneels down to hug him. But he also kind of gives a soft wave to you on his way to hugging her.
Ah, Zufki the Brave.
And he looks at you. Sol! You can see he's like trying to get used to the names because he doesn't really speak basic.
Miyam Malu. Greetings.
And he just kind of claps and begins speaking to Ray for her to translate to you, and says, and he just in really excited tones says, and she says, good to see you again. And he hopes that this information will help you. And then you start to see kind of a confused look come over her face as she kind of looks up at you as she's translating at this point, and says, she should be around soon.
Sol returns a confused look.
And he begins to look at... And she looks at Zuki. Who will be around soon? Hey. And he basically begins saying, the information. And then Ray just looks at you after translating.
Sol just shrugs his shoulders like, well, if anything, Zufki, it's great just to be here to see you again.
Yeah. And so, and Zufki kind of nods with a big cheery like movement and begins to kind of he kind of grabs Ray by the arm to start showing her around all the new stuff. You're free to follow, but you would just hear him.
Yeah, Sol follow, but he's sort of staying a little bit behind to give them space to get reacquainted.
Yeah, and as you do, can you give me a perception check against just 2 purple? Just an awareness check, basically. Okay.
This roll has not been good for anyone.
So, as you're following them around and inside, eventually Zuvki stops and kind of leans up over a crate to look out toward the warehouse doors where his crawler is, and goes, Oh, they're here. And Ray translates that and then looks, and you see a group of kind of piratey looking guys, not quite like the ones you saw before, but you'd say there's like about 4 or 5 of them. One you recognize, though. It's new clothes, bit of a cleaned up look, but it's very clearly the boss man. He does not appear to be in charge, however. You could see 1 or 2 probably are looking to him like, what should we do kind of thing, but he's not, clearly doesn't have the presence of, I'm the guy.
Always be boss man to me.
Yeah. But you see him kind of cross his arms, and when he sees you, he kind of gives a kind of a half smile and almost an awkward smile, and kind of just nods to you like, you know, kind of that, trying to get your attention, maybe trying to make it look like you should be coming out.
Yeah, I was retarding that.
And do you listen and begin to move toward the warehouse entrance?
Yeah, cautiously, like he's not in too much hurry.
Yeah, Ray and Zuvki kind of follow, but they sort of follow sort of crate by crate, staying behind you at like a decent distance. And you begin to hear the sound of, unlike most of these guys who you didn't really hear because they're wearing normal boots, you begin to hear the sound of sort of footsteps mixed with kind of metallic on rock sound. And coming into view, dressed in very dark purple, almost black pants into high, long length, kind of knee length black boots with sort of metallic armoring around the foot and heel. Purple kind of and silver jacket exposing a silver almost bikini top against pink skin, long purple hair done into two soft ponytails out to the back and side. Not enough to notice, but it's only because you kind of see her from the side where you would kind of notice that. Very beautiful. Probably, now that you're seeing her in person and not off of a holo, you imagine she's probably around your age, maybe a little older, and just looking really good. Kind of hard to tell, but definitely one of the most beautiful women you've seen. And she just kind of tilts her head back and gives you a smile and says, "We finally meet in person, Sol Skywalker."
Sol sort of mutters to himself and looks over at Ray, like, and then just sort of mutters like, "Oh great, now she's gonna have to witness me be this guy," and just sort of turns back his head and returns by like, I thought I heard the clanging of something beautiful walking this way," and then sort of does a bow.
He just smirks and raises an eyebrow. Go ahead and make a charm check against 4 red here. See how well that first one lands.
What is with these charm checks and despairs?
I think she sees you looking back at Ray, as I think what we'll say the despair is. Like, she keeps seeing you looking back at at a woman kind of hiding with Zuvki. And says, "Clearly not beautiful enough to draw your attention for very long." And she takes steps to move closer.
With my 2 advantages, I'll just meet her eyes and just sort of say, "Some are eye-catching than others." Jedi has no attachments.
And if that were true, you wouldn't be here.
Well, I'm a young Jedi. I'm not fully aware of the galaxy and make plenty of bad mistakes and rush into things.
Yes, I'm sure that's your parents' excuse, too. She kind of gives you a short pout before, she definitely seems to be in a good mood, despite your, lack of giving her your full attention. And she gets up very close to you and crosses her arms, but very loosely, more of like kind of a casual than like meant to impose. And being sure to do so in such a way that kind of pushes against your chest slightly. And definitely close enough for the Zeltron pheromones to be a thing, but not really exuding them particularly hard. She just tilts her head and says, well, better than the hollow.
Could say the same thing.
Difficulty hearing you there.
Oh, Sol just sort of, not at a whisper, just kind of meeting her same tone and just says, I can say the same thing.
I would hope so. And she kind of tosses her hair a little, like implying that maybe she intentionally made herself a little up for you. But she says, but you're here for something. Right?
Here for a lot of things.
Oh, well, we'll have plenty of time to discuss that. Tell me, can you fly a speeder?
That is one of my talents.
Well, that's good. It'd be a lot better than walking. So, Sol, I'm here to make a deal with you. See, after I ran into your friends, kinda ruined what I had going, you know. We talked about it. You gave me that nice little call after.
Of course. Hard to forget.
Right, so would it be too much to ask if maybe you and I help each other and I'll forgive all of you?
Sol just sort of meets her gaze and smiles. And I mean, you just have to ask politely.
Yeah, but you won't do something for me for nothing. No one does. Well, they want something, but
I just want to be friends and have friendly conversations. What information is shared is up to everybody involved.
if you let her, she'll put a finger on your chin, letting the nail just kind of gently rest toward your lip.
Yes.
All right. Well, a little gray man told me you were looking for Saren. Is that true?
Yes, we have a discussion that needs to be had.
He runs the nail and finger kind of down your chin to the neck, kind of stops at the chest before kind of flicking it slightly and pulling back. Well, then we have, let's say, mutual interest. You see, my employers need me to get something, and I'm not a Jedi, and I need a Jedi to do it. But after I get it, you see, these employers don't like Saren either. And so anything they know and I know, be happy to share.
Well, that sounds like an amazing start to this relationship.
I can think of a few better ones.
And Sol takes a step back and just looks at her and is like, I'm the kind of guy that likes to be pursued. I'm not an easy mark. I like foreplay.
You got a little muffled there, but I heard what you said.
Okay.
She just raises an eyebrow and says, well, I've been told I'm quite a tease, so sure we can work something out. Now, since you said you can pilot speeders, how about I leave my friends with your friends and we go for a little ride?
Sol just nods and doesn't say anything at that point.
It's a two-seater, so don't think we could really fit your friend.
She has catching up to do with her friend, but make
Perfect.
sure that jealousy doesn't crack that complexion.
And you see her look past you toward her and Ray just for a moment, who's at this point standing up because Zufki's kind of indicated that things are good. Jealous of her? Eh. I think you can do better.
I would not underestimate people by just their looks.
Oh, I know. People do it all the time. And she just pats your arm and gives a bit of a wave. It seems to be at Zufki, kind of indicating to him that things have gone well. Doesn't really seem to acknowledge Ray beyond kind of looking at her, and then you see her kind of heading off. You see a group of speeder bikes. You can assume that's what she and the other guys came in on. You see her get to one of them and just kind of swing her leg across on the back seat, ready for you whenever you arrive.
Sol just gonna give a wave to Zufki and Ray because he kind of wants to protect Ray from this situation because he doesn't understand what Iris may or may not do. And then just turns and walks towards the speeder.
So Iris waits for you to get close before kind of leaning back and saying, at least it's fast enough that we shouldn't feel the heat.
make sure to hold on tight. I'm told I'm very reckless.
As you're getting on the speeder, she kind of just like you hear her scoffing and almost laughing. Says, "Oh, you act like I wasn't gonna do that anyway." And she kind of just leans forward and presses onto you about as hard as he could, probably while still being comfortable. He's not overdoing it, but
Sol's gonna kick Speeder on.
yeah, and she leans, like, she kind of rests her chin on your shoulder and says, "Besides, gotta tell you where to go." And she nods toward the pod race track and says, "Follow that way. We can use the track markers for a bit until we have to get off."
And Sol will listen, but also aiming for whatever sandhill is the steepest to ramp off of.
All right. 1 purple, 2 black for the planetary piloting check. See how much you can show off here.
Is there any type of handling or lack of handling on this?
0. It's just 0. Yeah. All right, I'd say you show off pretty well.
All advantages for showing off.
Yep. All right. And as the 2 of you speed off, yeah, she kind of seems to like where she's at, and she pulls back slightly, just enough, again, like I said, for comfort. She's not overdoing it. And so, you a Jedi Knight yet, or how's that work?
Still putting off the trials. Some say I'm not ready, some say I should have done it a while ago.
What do you think?
Sometimes responsibility get in the way of fun.
Bad answer.
Then Sol sort of like doesn't even worry about paying attention to where he's going and just turns completely around and just says, "Really, my sister's always the better Jedi. I'm more hoping she fulfills the Skywalker legacy."
And she'll, since you're doing that, she will sort of lean her arm forward as much, and like herself forward, so that your chests kind of brush against each other, which is obviously more for intent, but you can also tell there's like just the slightest amount of concern in that she's doing this to also help keep you in a more stable position. Not like it's concerned for her life, or like she's concerned, oh no, we're suddenly going to crash because you're doing this, but almost like she's kind of comfortably allowing you to talk without having to fully like keep things stable. Almost like she wants to hear.
Yeah, and then after she does that, Sol sort of continues on and just says, "Yeah, I don't really reflect the same views as Jedi of old. I feel it's we could do better in the way we solve situations than just negotiating and defending and not thinking outside of the box."
As far as I'm concerned, there is no box.
Plus, I just feel my sister leads the lifestyle better.
She seemed like it. She's the yeah. Yeah, I
Yes,
remember
almost forgot you guys met.
Yeah, she got me talking about my father.
Yeah, father issues is part of it. It's all sort of readjusts, like, his one arm that's sort of moving, because, like, forgetting that he was piloting for a second. Halfway.
Yeah, she's still kind of comfortably keeping it so that you can, as long as it's not like, oh, I'm letting go. As long as you don't do that, she's kind of allowing you to do that. And then, of course, in addition to that, she is trying to press up against you too. But that seems to be almost like a secondary concern, rather than just talking. They're not father issues. It's just... He was like that soldier you went around with. Green one.
Yes, he's left us.
And you see almost a look of concern on her face just briefly for a moment. Does something happen?
Oh no, he's not dead or anything. He physically left us. He's going to teach another group.
Oh. Good. I mean, not.
Yeah, it's a sore subject. He was in more of a father figure that openly said that he believes in me, which kind of helps with deep-seated issues I have with my own father's acceptance. Soul's at this point just opening up.
You think a lot, don't you?
It's been a while just doing missions on my own. A lot of people didn't feel I fit in the natural Jedi missions and Padawan Master sort of negotiating. I took all the jobs no one else wanted to be alone.
She kind of shifts her hand to be more comforting while still providing the same support, and almost loosens her effort to press against you slightly and say, "Do you like being alone?"
I mean, it's good conversation. And just sort of smirks.
Better when someone can throw it back.
Better when nobody judges every decision you make. Especially against all the decisions and legacy of a family.
Well, I'm certainly no Alliance Major's daughter, so I agree.
So how far out are we?
You see her look out at this point and realize you've been going down the track for a while and says, "Oh, we should have turned a while ago." And she kind of pulls back into the seat and kind of pulls at your shoulder, like nudges your shoulder to turn right off of the track, and she points toward a valley between two canyons. Through there, toward the end, there's a bit of a pit.
Sol turns completely around to pay more attention to driving and just sort of leans his head back like, oh, the view got worse. As he looks out.
And you just hear her sigh as she kind of goes back to sort of a relaxed position, still, again, like holding on to you, but a relaxed position, and says, yeah, it did. And as the speeder flies off toward that valley, we'll go back to Socorro now.
Good. Awkward enough.
And yeah, so you all are meeting back in the upper level of that cantina area. Lonnie would be off to the side, clearly talking on her helmet comm to someone, and leaving the other 6 of you together.
So,
Sid would be sharing what she found out from
Well,
the day.
ours was a dead end.
Sort of, kind of. We at least know he was looking for a relic dealer, and Cinder was vaguely looking for someone.
We might have found some of that.
It's not much of a start.
What's Sid trying to say, Val?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, it's just everyone kept talking at the same time.
Gotcha. Sid would. I had said that Sid would tell him what they had found out from the data broker, but we might have found something, and then she'll go into it.
Probably the best lead we've gotten so far.
So we can either go to this market or just straight for the spire.
Seems like all options. The spire might be complicated. Would have to get a maintenance vehicle.
You just see Fanata glance at Castum like, well, seems doable.
And what about the security? That'd be a problem too.
Fanata just looks at Talia, looks at Castum like,
Good point.
We could split up. One part of the team gets the maintenance vehicle and tries to infiltrate. Try to infiltrate where we believe she's staying. The other will go to the market and try to flush her out if she's there. Get her to fall back to where the rest of the team is.
Is it smart to split everybody up again?
I don't think so.
The idea is to come back together, but I don't know if a scene at the market is necessarily what we want. And trying to take on all the security head on seems more dangerous than it needs to be.
Would Sid be speaking loud enough for Lonnie to hear if she approached the group?
Probably.
Okay. Yeah, you just hear Lonnie interrupt at that point and say, "Oh, if any of you are going to the market, I'll meet you there."
Sid just kind of looks over at Kadas.
What are you doing over there?
Well, if Cinder is hunting someone, this Lux, and she's looking at Talia and Young, basically basing it on what they said. And this Lux is meeting with a relic dealer, or trying to find one, then I'd assume they'd be in a market. At least close to one. She's just saying, like, so, kind of gives off sort of a shrug, like, so I'm gonna look there.
And if Night happens to be at the market, hopefully the security up on the hill won't be quite as bad. You might be able to get in.
Not a bad idea. Princeling, what do you think? You're supposed to be leading us in my brother's stead.
My title is not Princeling.
Prince Young Fel, what is your opinion about the course of action that we should take?
Vanada has her mouth covered and is trying not to laugh.
We should go and gather more information at the market. Perhaps we can find this relic dealer that Lux was looking for. And if we can obtain the cargo, do we really need to hunt Niger Carter?
You want to set a trap?
No, I mean, the mission is retrieve the cargo. Why risk our lives if it's unnecessary?
Strictly speaking, she is only selling the surplus of the cargo, not all of it.
More
It's what
important,
a master didn't need.
more importantly, Nia Chikata and her allies are working towards some kind of goal. Might be overstepping my place here, but knowing what they're up to might be more important than the immediate mission.
Oh, and don't forget, terrorists.
We're not here to get involved in other things. We are here for one goal. We should work towards that one goal, not get distracted.
And that one goal, Vanada would be kind of interrupting and getting a little in Young's face. Not too much, but like just a little bit. That one goal would be in both this stronghold on the mountain and the market if she's there selling anything.
I'm against splitting up. It makes more tactical sense to stick together. There is strength in our numbers.
It's okay, Princeling. You'll learn tactics soon enough with us.
Lonnie just
Funny
seems to be impatient and at this point and is probably looking like body language is looking like she'll leave.
Kadas will approach her and just Cinder, if she's here, might recognize me, and especially with all these people. And she knows that I know about her. So, regardless of what happens, I'm going to give you my comm line. Maybe we can share information even if we're not working in tandem in the same place.
Question, because I don't know if this was gone over, but does her bounty say whether or not she's supposed to be taking Cinder alive or dead?
It's a all methods, so capture or dead bounty. Which is basically what Kadas was told, so it's probably it's a Mandalorian bounty, so.
Yeah, well, I wasn't sure if for some reason it said dead instead of either
Yeah.
or kind of
No,
situation.
it's either or.
Well, I want to go to the market. What the rest of you do, or what the rest we agree upon, well, it's a good place to start.
I can't force the rest of you to follow me, but this is my decision. You're all free to make yours. And Young will just turn to leave towards the market.
Young, what is the decision you're making?
As he's walking out the door, he says, "The market."
Prince Lynx. Sid will kind of lean over to Venana. Aren't you glad you don't have to worry about that?
Glad I don't have to worry about that one.
All right, Cass, do you think we can acquire a maintenance vehicle?
Sure.
And Venata looks at Kadas and says, and the rest of us will go with you.
Alright, well, more eyes on the market then.
And Lonnie just kind of pats Kadas on the back real quick and says, "Hey, don't need that comm." And she moves out, expecting you to probably stay close. And Venata will just give Sid a quick look and kind of the be careful look.
Sid returns it.
Young had a point, and with that, could also just start walking out.
All right, and with that, we're going to take a brief intermission then. So soon we will be back with the continuing adventures here on Socorro and Tatooine, but in the meantime, bathroom, get drinks, food, whatever, and yeah, we'll see you in a few minutes. And we are back. All right. So we have our groups going off on their adventurous quests. So, Kadas, currently you are walking on top of a building that Lonnie scoped out and kind of wanted you to accompany her up. So, leaving the two of you alone while young Talia and Venata are on the ground moving toward the marketplace. Trying to just see what you can scope out. There's a lot of noise, a lot of people selling stuff. As was mentioned by the guy, you're getting rather close to one of the lava fields, thus the sulfur feeling and the release of air from there is just, whew, it's heavy. But the smells and other stuff from the market offset it a bit. Not always for the better, but they offset it. And yeah, so Kadas, you're currently with Lonnie looking down at the other three. She seems to be... She's on alert, definitely looking around for anyone or anything, but is also seems to be kind of taking it easy and continuing the friendly demeanor toward you.
Yeah, I think Kadas is a little bit more tense, especially with that fumble earlier. And he's keeping more of an eye on his friends and the surrounding. And he's just kind of standing there, just absent-mindedly, just making sure everything's attached to his armor that should be attached for looking over to her. So, what do you know about what caused this hunt for Cinder?
Saw the helmets come back.
You saw that?
Then, and you see her kind of pause and look down and kind of her shoulders shrug and kind of fall a little bit in almost embarrassment. One of the helmets was ours.
I see. From what I'm told, one of them is also ours.
You had previously been told one was Fett, one was Ordo, so now you know the third. You just see kind of the embarrassment you're getting kind of from her was that it wasn't important enough to mention that one was hers.
Kadas really wouldn't have thought about that even back when he was being told. It's just more important that it was, Ordo and the other two.
Yeah.
But seeing that kind of reaction, he just keep his eyes back on his friends. I didn't pry too much when I was told. I was just they told me what needed to happen if I was near her. But part of me wonders why it happened.
Your friends say it themselves. She knows criminals. Probably did something wrong. Others caught her. She made a choice.
Maybe. But I just I can't shake this feeling about it. Because while I was with a friend investigating a potential lead, I was ambushed by a Wookiee bounty hunter, and that went about as well as you can expect for me.
You see her laugh and gets up kind of from her semi-resting, semi-lookout position and gets over close to you kind of, and again knocks shoulders with you sort of amiably.
I'm getting better, but she saved us. She didn't kill the Wookiee, but she did enough to drive it off. And yeah, I didn't know who she was or what to do. And, if she knew she was being hunted by other Mandalorians, why would she do that?
You weren't hunting her yet. We had hoped there would be other means. At least that's what I was told. And now that there aren't, we have to do it ourselves.
They always did say I asked too many questions before I left. From what I remember, she was Cinder had a large bounty on her. If what you're saying is true before Mandalore placed it. I think it was placed by Maximus Peladot.
Heard the name. To my knowledge, he was made a deal to try to find her for us, but it fell through.
I also heard that they wanted to torture her before handing her over to Mandalore.
Don't know anything about that. It just, like you see kind of a tilting of her shoulders. Sure, a fair number of Mandalorians would want to do the same.
They shouldn't. It's simpler when you can just do things when you don't know anything about who you're fighting or why, to just do it. But I think we have to hold ourselves to a higher standard.
I'm sure their definition of torture is different from ours.
All the same. If we find her, do you want to take her alone?
If we catch her, I'll take her body back to Mandalore.
No,
Alive or dead.
If it comes to a confrontation, do you want my help?
Our clans were both struck. And your uncle has been doing a lot for us. Be happy to have your aid and give you credit.
I'm not doing this for credit. When I told my friends about the possibility, I inferred that I'd rather do it alone because they're Osa's Jedi. This isn't their fight, and I don't want to endanger them over something that doesn't have to concern them, but for you and with you, I'd make that exception.
Understood. And she puts out her hand for yours to shake.
He'll shake it.
She gives it an extra squeeze afterward. giving you it again as much as you can kind of do a look through a helmet. That's about the best she can do before kind of just shifting off to again go back to looking out. What's your perception?
2 green.
Yeah, okay, then you're gonna just boost hers.
Yeah, she gets to 2 because I'm engaged. Not that way, but that way.
Well, she would get it from that, yeah, and then that. Okay. So 3 boosts total for that.
Wow.
Alrighty. Gonna mark a couple strain on her, and you two are chilling. All right. As for Talia and Young, and you have Venata right behind you. You're, as mentioned, moving through the market. A combination of smells, performing a cacophony on your senses, and chaotic noises mask most anything you could be trying to figure out, but you would imagine if relics are involved, it's probably not out on the street.
So, Princeling, where are we going from here?
Talia, can you please just call me Young?
Yeah, all right. But
I can
question still stands.
confess, I'm out of my element here. This is not a very dignified market.
Join the club. Venata just kind of puts her hands up, sort of motioning between herself and the two of you. All 3 of you stick out.
Yeah, I'm not gonna argue with that one. Well, for one thing, if we're after relics, I imagine it's gonna be more of a either exotic goods or backhand kind of market deals, especially if Nye is involved. So we're probably better off looking for information rather than a direct seller.
As you're talking, you see a brief flash of blue skin through the market as you think you see Lux poking through a few people, talking to a vendor before walking off again.
Speaking of, I think I see our good friend here as well.
I'd say he'd let us know as soon as he found out.
Maybe he's still finding out.
Or maybe
Well,
he held his word.
Let's find out if he's finding out, shall we?
After
I'm going
you.
to follow him.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Are you trying to follow inconspicuously or conspicuously?
Well, we very much stand out, don't we? So,
doesn't mean you
there's-
can't follow because of how chaotic the market is.
Stealth has never worked for me.
It's not stealth, actually. Blending in is skullduggery.
Oh, well, that's even worse.
Yeah, I was gonna say for you, yeah. But yeah, you could go a couple ways. Blending in is skullduggery. sneaking around obviously would be stealth, and then either way, it's posed by his perception.
His perception is good. Oh no, I'm just gonna follow him.
Yeah, I think we just gotta own it.
Okay, and then as you're moving, I'll have him do a check, then just the general one. Oh yeah, he knows you're there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would be shocked if you didn't notice.
Yeah, no, but he really notices. He doesn't seem to. I will say he doesn't. You guys can tell he knows you're there. But he doesn't seem to be paying it any mind really. He's not approaching you at all, so you just can either follow him or not, obviously. But
Yeah, I think Talia will definitely keep going and see where he eventually leads.
Mm-hmm.
yes, all right then. Okay. Back over to Lonnie and Kadas. Lonnie kind of looks out at the others and they hang around these Jedi. It do you any good?
I think so. It's it hasn't been a crawl, but they are not the sort to direct action. Usually a little bit more restrained than I liked, but I feel like they're chiseling away at something in me.
He kind of just stares at you in helmet.
Oh, is that not what you meant?
He just shrugs and looks back out.
So, why'd you strike out by yourself?
Bounty hunting for the clans is good credits.
And you didn't think you needed to partner up with anyone? Just have someone watch your back, learn the trade a little bit more.
Careful. Sounds like you're volunteering.
Trust me, I'd slow you down more than I'd help.
She kind of looks back to you. Slowing down can be nice. Before looking out, like back out, obviously, and you get like the slightest bit of sort of embarrassment that she made that comment.
It's just Constance got look down and just confused. he knows what that meant. But he's just. I just. I feel like I need to prove myself before I do anything like that. So just. I don't want to feel that way.
Hard to prove yourself when you don't try.
That's the thing I have tried. Is just every time I had a chance to prove, it just. I got hit by a truck, Lonnie. I lost to a professor, an academic.
Did the professor throw a punch?
No, she had a droid help.
And I'd say you didn't really lose, now did you?
I didn't win either.
Gives you a chance to win again.
Yeah, true. If there's anything I'm good at, it's trucking through.
At this point, you would hear the sound of a blaster shot ring out.
Immediately bodyguard on Delani. Even if it's far too late, just trying it.
Well, it wasn't at either of you or near or directly near you. You just see her immediately. Like, you can do that like instinctively, and then she just kind of is getting up and looking around, trying to see where it's coming from. You don't need to take the strain for it.
Oh, okay. Well, after, not taking the hit, Gus will just get on his comms and just contact Talia. Just heard a shot, are you okay?
You guys wouldn't have heard the shot due to all the noise and people and all that around you.
Yeah, we're fine. I didn't hear anything down here.
We'll look into it. I'll keep you informed.
Yeah. Stay safe, guys.
You too. You get up and draw the blaster pistol and start looking around for any scattering crowds.
Yeah, you see Lonnie taking advantage of your awareness there. You're the reason she succeeded this. You see Lonnie look up and out, and at first she's not seeing anything, and then as soon as you speak, she tilts her head just enough in your direction, and then grabs your shoulder and points out as over the top of other buildings nearby. You see the red armored form of Cinder running along. You can't see too much due to, like, parts of the roofs, either vents or edgings of the buildings, but it's enough to pick her out, and since you've seen her before, it's pretty hard to forget the armor.
From this distance, can I tell if she has a jetpack still?
Yes, and she does.
He'll calm Talia again. It was Cinder.
Do you have eyes on her still?
She's at a distance, and Kadas will look at Lonnie. Should we tail her?
She just nods to you, and you do not have a jetpack, right?
Correct, unfortunately.
Oh, she's just gonna grab you then.
Oh my.
So Lonnie grabs, kind of just quickly thrusts her hand into like kind of the shoulder part of your armor enough to get a good grip, and then activates her jetpack, thrusting up into the air in the direction of Cinder.
Yeah, if Kadas could, he'd try to say something on the comms, but I'm sure the motion would jar him a little bit, so all everyone else would hear is just the sounds of a jetpack being way too close.
I mean, the jetpack would be further away than one you'd be wearing, so.
Yeah, it's a bit closer than it's ever been.
That much is true. Okay, yeah, so as mentioned before, the rest of you, you're not able to hear or see this with everything going on. Are you still following Lux, or have you stopped given that?
I feel like Talia would keep following just because there's not really anything she can do about Cinder right now.
Banada would show concern for Kadas, but otherwise, yeah.
I'm following Lux.
Okay, so all three of you are gonna stick with the Lux plane. All right.
Cass has this. It's fine.
So,
Well, it's more like Cinder's not my problem, so.
So, all right, Kadas, athletics check against 1 purple and 2 black. You're about to get thrown.
Oh boy. 1 purple and 2 black.
Mm-hmm. Well, more of dropped with a push, is I'd say more of, but you still need the athletics to not like hurt yourself. Smooth. Okay. Then yeah, all right. You the two of you fly up close to Cinder, and before she can react, Lonnie kind of pushes you forward and drops, kind of half push, half drops you in her direction, allowing you to drop onto Cinder, not enough to literally kind of hit her or tackle her, but enough to hit her to make her roll forward and lose her standing. And Lonnie lands on the other side of her.
Whew.
Cinder gets up very quickly. Jump up incidental kind of gets up quickly, and still has pistol drawn, and is reacting very quickly, but sees you and gets kind of slows down, but doesn't, so it's not immediately acting. But I would still say it's a vigilance roll for everyone involved.
Yeah, this is so hard emotionally about what I don't know what to do here, but let's go.
Well, and it affects, what order you go in would all affect that. All right.
Ooh.
Kadas won despite having the worst of the three.
Yeah, just didn't expect that at all. So okay. Did I said I had my Draster blood drawn before
Your what?
yeah, I know. My blaster drawn before I got picked up and thrown, but I still have it in my hand.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm assuming she's at short range.
Yes.
You know what, guys? I'm gonna gamble. Going to aim it at her with the stun setting on, and raise up the forearm where the cryoband rifle is attached to, and attempt a 2-weapon fighting ranged light on her.
Is the cryoband rifle range light?
It is.
Just double checking.
And
All
I
right.
checked the long text. It didn't say two-handed or anything, but
No, it's a 2-weapon fighting as long as it can. You're good. All right, so 2. All right, adversary 3, defense 2. 2 red, a purple, and 2 black.
I'll use the blaster's incidental to aim, and then I'll take. Let's see. I haven't done another maneuver, so I could do another free maneuver to aim again. Would that be right?
Correct.
Adversaries 3 plus the 2-weapon fighting increase. It's still 2
Yeah.
red and purple.
Yeah, because short range is 1 purple, 2 weapon takes it to 2, and then adversary 3 would be 3 upgrades, so upgrades both of those and adds 1.
Gotcha. It said her defense was 3.
2.
I'm going to spend a destiny point to increase my or upgrade my attack. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. I just needed one advantage more. Come on.
Oh dear.
So that's stun 12. No pierce. And while he's doing that, he's just gonna say just surrender while he's shooting.
Uh-huh. I'd say the despair is after 2 quick shots from the blaster, you run out of ammo.
Okay. Oh.
Okay, but yeah, she does get hit by the blast. The cryoband rifle obviously misses entirely. She rolls out of the way of that.
I'm sorry. I rolled 1 additional boost die than I should have. Well, unless I take 2 strain to retcon it, but
Well, I mean, the end result of that is taking 1 strain, so either way you would end up with 1 strain, because either you take 2 strain and remove 1, or you don't take the strain and take 1. So
all right.
just take 1 strain total, and works out the same. All right. And yeah, the body language is surprise, like just pure surprise. But what are your defenses?
2. Just 2. No upgrades.
No upgrades.
Yeah, I didn't commit any force die, and I can't dodge.
Alrighty. And
This is going to sting.
just a little bit.
Oh, what the hell is that? 3 blank positive dice and 2 blank negative.
Oh dear. So that'll be that'll be 19 wounds, pierce 4.
Oh. Oh, so that reduces my soak to just 3. So 19 minus 3 is 60. Ah!
And seeing as how that hit you, oh sorry, it would do 1 addition. You take 1 more. Forgot she had point blank. And then along with that would be a crit plus 20.
I will take 3 strain for the Supreme Armor Master.
Okay.
Which reduces it by 70. So plus 50.
So that'd be
Which is-
minus 50.
Oh yeah, that's right. Math. It works in reverse.
So take 4 strain total and an easy crit. Well, no, you were already at 3, so you would go to 7. There you go.
There we go.
All right. Yep, so she just fires back. Her blaster clearly still set on damaging. And almost just it hits you hard through the armor, but you're able to kind of take a breath and center yourself right as it does, so it doesn't actually hit anywhere critical. And then you're still feeling it kind of sting. And then Lonnie is going to quick draw seeing you get hit. She's going to quick draw her force pike. And use going to get engaged with her and attack her. And he is going to make use of Essential Kill.
I'm sorry, Vanilla, but there's a new woman in my life.
The so yeah, she just kind of stabs into her. That would be okay. Okay, damage has been made, and so now it would be Kada's turn.
All right. Seeing as how that didn't work, and Cinder didn't even have, the nicety to put it back on stun, Kadas will drop his blaster pistol that had like all the battery run out, and he'll take a maneuver to draw and ignite his saber. So that's one maneuver, and take 2 strain to move into engaged to make a lightsaber attack.
Okay. Dun dun dun. Dramatic, everybody. All right, adversary 3, defense 2 still. So basically rolling against the same on the difficulty side as before. Yeah.
No dodging or anything?
I don't know. I don't usually. It's very rare for me to give stuff like that to an NPC.
Okay, well. I'm not gonna upgrade it again.
So it's 2 red, a purple, 2 black, advantage. Or sorry, not advantage. Sorry, that was what you did before. 2 red, a purple, 2 black. Sorry, I was just reading the bottom line.
Yeah, the advantage came from the pistol.
Oh yeah. No, I didn't stop myself in time. Was more of the issue there. I was just reading off of what you had before.
Come on. Well,
I'd like to point out you only rolled 1 failure.
Yeah. That is as best as it could have been for me on her end, and
On her end, yeah.
yeah.
I'll recover a strain because that's actually relevant for you. And since you're now both engaged, and she just got hit by a force spike, she's going to spin around and punch Lonnie.
I unfortunately do. Well, probably a good thing.
You can't take
bodyguard
another.
her.
Yeah, you can't take another maneuver. Also, Lonnie hasn't been hit yet, to be fair. So.
Yeah, exactly. And I have been hit, and that's about as much as I'm going to get hit, and still be in it.
Lonnie, by the way, Lonnie has very close to the same stats as you. Wound 20, strain 17, soak 8, so she can soak slightly better, but health is more or less the same.
Nice.
So, yeah, Cinder, yeah, so Cinder spins around and punches.
Come on, Lonnie. Ooh, not what I wanted to see.
So that is 12. Enough to crit.
You brawled a 12.
Hmm?
She brawled on a. She brawled and got 12. Wow.
Yeah.
What am I doing in this fight? Why am I here?
Well, you're not a 100% combat Mandalorian. These two are.
That's
That's-
true.
That's the difference.
I am
Plus,
bodyguard.
Cinder does have more experience than either of you. You're much closer to Lonnie overall. If Lonnie were more diverse in her skill set. So, anyway, so yeah, so she'll do a crit. So Lonnie cannot reduce that, so it'll be a crit plus 20 on her.
Oh no.
No, that helps you technically. Since it's an NPC versus NPC, it would still be a dark side point flipped, so.
Ah.
Now that's about the best you could have hoped for, because it doesn't affect her in the fight at all, too.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty good. Very good.
Yeah.
Lonnie,
So-
you know what? You can flip a destiny point.
Well, they also use dark side still, so that's
Too much to hope for.
the most you could do is if Cinder attacked Lonnie again, you could upgrade Cinder's, or upgrade the difficulty.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Lonnie's gonna attempt the same combat check, and then we're gonna check in on the others here. For essential kill again.
You don't have to show off, Lonnie, but you can because I'm flattered.
She'll go ahead and do that. Alright, and at all. Lonnie will do, so that's an 11. Cinder. Which is a plus 10 minus a durable 1, so just a crit. Ooh.
That'll help.
So she stabs down at Cinder again and strikes her in the shoulder, and then swings the rest of the pike around and just hits her helmet with it, trying to get her off balance. And with that, we'll cut over to the other two. Well, three with Fanata. As you finally manage to do you approach Lux, or do you just keep following him and seeing what he's doing?
That's a good question.
as on a nearby rooftop, 3 Mandalorians fight.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean, he knows we've seen him, and
Yeah.
he knows that. So, I mean, let's just approach him.
yeah, I think at this point.
You see, as you approach him, he smiles to you and gives kind of a nod to Vanada as oh, nice meeting you kind of thing before focusing mostly on Talia. And this is, hey, see you again real quick here.
Yeah, it's well, I think we're after some of the same people. Makes it a bit easier.
Oh, are we? I thought you were still looking for the, what were you looking for?
Bounty hunter, Mandalorian, bounty hunter that's connected to a relic dealer. Take your pick.
Ah, so hard to keep everything straight these days.
Hmm. Speaking of relic dealers, how's your search going?
Oh, complicated. Yeah. It's, apparently he's late. Yeah, and a lot of people are frustrated.
Why would that be?
Well, no. People want to do business.
So you have a name for this guy then?
Oh, just, you know, maybe.
Lex, you realize that we're really not on opposing sides here, right?
Well, you know, things have gotten difficult lately, you know, we're not as... The team isn't what it used to be.
Well, I'm sure I can somewhat speak for young and Venata here that we'd be willing to help you in this case.
Yeah, I'm sure you would. I'm sure, yeah, you know, let's, I'll send you my business comm and maybe we can do business soon, or you can just, you know, you could just call me whenever. And he gives you a wink, and then he just kind of sort of pushes backward a little bit, not pushes off of you, but like kind of just sort of at the air, kind of pushes backward. And
Yeah, she's just gonna take a step forward and kind of trail his steps backward. And
oh,
what can I say, Lex? I'll take your business comm, but it'd be a big help if you could help us out here too.
you see him start to tilt his head as if he's reacting to something, and then he winces, and he just goes, what? Yeah, it's a really, it's a bad time, really, just a bad, ow! And you see him grab at his ear.
This again.
What
You have
again?
someone on the comms.
Oh, calm? What calm? And you see him, like, scratch at his ear for a moment before moving his hand down.
Yeah, and Talia just, she's like trying not to smile, but she's definitely amused, and she just kind of folds her arms. Lex, come on. We both know that you're kind of not a great liar when it comes to this.
Lying about what? I'm not lying.
Hmm.
I mean, hard to lie
Withholding
to you about
information.
you, but everything else is nah. What
Withholding information, then.
information? What do you want to know?
The name of the relic dealer? Who's
Oh,
on your
that.
comms, maybe. Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I don't know. What comm? And he kind of tilts his head toward you so you can see like his ear with nothing in it. What comm?
All right, let's see here. I'm trying to think of what I can do here other than going back and forth on this, because we will for a while.
Lux, let's talk. You know the information that we want. What can we give you so you give us a straight answer?
He looks at Talia for a moment unsubtly, and then just looks back at Young and says, nah, it's nothing. Anyway, great meeting you again. I really will let you know as soon as I can let you know anything at all. Excuse me, I need to go. And you see him start to move, like he grabs a random Abyssin and pushes him like in the way and begins trying to move through the crowd.
He knows we're faster than him, right?
I hope so.
Hmm.
Are you thinking of chasing after him again?
He's better in a crowd situation because that's more coordination than athletics, so which he did okay with the first time.
What do you think, Young? Any bright ideas?
Young will shrug and just say, I'm coming up empty.
By the way, no sign of Venata as you two are talking.
Oh, that would have been important.
Well, you two were focused on Lux, and then when Lux ran, you two started talking to each other, and
Okay, can she be spotted nearby, like if we start looking around?
let's see.
Yes, please.
That's one. That's two. You see the crowd like moving and scattering suddenly as you see Venata basically flipping around a pole and stopping Lux basically with a kick out with her leg, and he trips over it.
I love Venata so much right now.
Because she's the coordinated one, and thus could move through the crowd quickly.
Okay. Lux is on the ground now, right?
Oh yeah. The first
Young's
roll's
gonna-
Venata, the second roll is Lux.
Young's gonna go walk over to Lux and just put his boot on his chest and say, now Lux, I'm not gonna let you up until you give us a straight answer. And I'm a patient man, so we could be here for a long time.
Venata puts her boot on Lux's stomach with heel kept just gently over the lower area of his torso. Like not down, but hovering.
Yeah, Talia's gonna come up and take the comm link out of Alexa's ear.
He didn't have one.
Oh, he actually didn't have one?
That's why
Look
he
in his
showed you his ear.
pockets. Yeah,
All
well,
right,
he
never
took
mind
it
then.
out and put it in
That
his
that
pocket,
one
didn't he?
ear.
You can
Well,
search him in a minute. It's fine.
there isn't one in the other one either. Make a perception check against 3 red and a black.
See, my perception is not that great.
Any attempts to find the comm are just met with eyebrow waggling.
Understood.
In fact, you can't even find his blasters. You just can't find anything. It's just his body and the trench coat. Can disarm him if you wanted to, assuming he has some on him. So, does Talia do or say anything once she searches him?
Yeah, sorry, had to deal with the bird really fast. Yeah, as they're keeping him pinned down and she's just failing at searching for anything, she finally just kind of throws her hands up. She's like, Lux, you are an enigma. Just help us, would you?
I'm a simple guy. Right?
I've noticed.
Well, you didn't check. And he kind of shifts himself from underneath Venata, at least. And then he kind of kicks one leg up to try to at least get Venata to shift off of him, which she does. But I imagine that doesn't stop Young from keeping the foot on his chest.
He's gonna grind that boot into his chest if he tries to move.
Yeah, he's not trying to move. He's trying to get Venata to not also be on him. So it's more of trying to move his legs so she moves away, not try to himself move. But okay, so a little more pressure, but all right. And he's like, okay. And he just takes a breath and just kind of leans his head back and says, look, Phoenix and Saf aren't even here. And I honestly couldn't tell you where Cinder is if I tried. I'm here because I need to find this relic dealer, and I can't tell you his name because I don't know his name. Cinder was the one tracking him. Before she sent the name, she went off. We haven't heard from her since. I'm running blind. That's kind of lonely. And he looks up with kind of longing eyes at Talia.
Can I deception check him, please?
Sure. Discipline?
I have 3 of those, so... It's quite a mix of symbols.
He is lying. You're not entirely, like, you don't know what parts of all that was a lie because it was so much. You do know for sure that he is in fact lonely, and that wasn't a lie, the eyes at you, but otherwise you at least know for sure when he was talking about Cinder, at least that was just a complete lie. and
Alright.
that he doesn't. So you're not sure if he knows the name of the relic dealer, but you know he's lying about that aspect of things in some way. And you're not sure about the Saphra Phoenix part. You know for certain that he was lying about Cinder and probably has spoken to her today. That's how much he was lying about that. And then, like I said, however, ain't no lies about you.
Yeah, no, that's kind of what I expected, honestly.
So that would be his triumph. Obviously, everything else is what I said.
Right. So I think she'll kind of kneel down since he's kind of getting pinned to the floor here. And you're very flattering, Lux. But the thing is I really don't like liars. And based on your comm and what information I know about my own party, I would wager a guess that the comm you had was with Cinder. Or at the very least, you're just dead lying about most things.
And you just see him lean his head back in, like, defeat.
Really don't have to make this so hard, Lux. We can help you. We can try and work something out here. But you have to be upfront with us.
Arm check against 4 red.
Uh,
You can get
Destiny
a boost.
it.
You can get a boost from teammates as well.
We're getting close to the end of the session anyways.
yeah, I'm gonna upgrade my last screen. That sounds like a good idea. Are you kidding? I'm not saying that Talia is trying to flirt with a man, but come on. This is just dreadful,
You really been listening to Sidani too much.
apparently.
Yeah. So at that, he just smiles and says, "Look, I don't know what your game is. This guy we're after is bad guy. Need to get him before he gets off the planet."
Let
Wasn't
us
lying.
help.
I wasn't lying when he said he wasn't here yet. And yes, Cinder's here. And I think she's in trouble.
She has a bounty on her head, Lux.
And he kind of gives you a look. So do I.
Yeah, but she has a bounty from the Mandalorian clans. Our Mandalorian is up there with her right now. And as for your bad guy, what do you think we do all day? We're after the same person. Not saying you have to like it. I'm just asking you to trust me a little bit.
Your Mando's the one with Cinder.
Unfortunately.
Real sorry.
It's not my fight. But as for the relic dealer, that is partly my business.
Well, he's not here yet. And we are. Vigilance from Talia and Young.
What difficulty?
Just initiative.
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
Oh no.
Oh, that's rubbish.
Okay, Venata. So, Venata, not being in the positions you two are, being slightly back, notices Lux's tone of voice and how he's moving quickly enough to draw her sword, move in, and try to basically slash down. He knows it's gonna hurt, but he's had enough of this. Actually, she was supposed to remove that black and have an additional advantage, but that obviously doesn't matter. That is 9. Lux 6, 4, so he takes. Lux immediately responds with quick drawing both of his blasters from his trench coat of mystery and firing up at Young and Venata. So what is the difficulty of hitting Young?
I have 2 defense.
No other upgrades?
Nope.
Okay, so I will let you guys decide who he's technically aiming at then, because I believe it's a complicated answer. Young is engaged. Well, actually, they're both engaged, so never mind. I wasn't thinking about that now. Because she moved in, right? So that actually, yeah, then Venata's the one being shot because she's. Well, no, actually, Young. Yeah, it's Young. Sorry, forgot that. Anyway, a lot of words. So Young's defense is 2, you said?
2 black, yeah.
Okay, so engaged makes it 2 purple, and then he he is 2 weapons, so that's 1 more. And then firing that. And he is using Spitfire to literally shoot one with each gun. Paired weapons means it triggers off of one advantage. So he is shooting both Venata and Young with 18 strain pierce 2.
Let's be at threshold.
Venata takes 16 of 19.
At least
So-
it's stunned though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Venata kind of slashes down. Lux does what he does there and fires up at both of them, hitting both of them since they're so close to him. And yeah. What does Young do now?
I'm very tempted to draw the blaster rifle, but that seems like a massive overkill. So I'm just gonna draw my pistol and just shoot him a couple of times in the face.
Okay. Keep in mind engaged and but also prone. And yeah, stun on or off.
No, it's stun. What defenses does he have?
1 second. Okay, so first of all, you're shooting at him and engaged, so by default that makes it a 2 difficulty shot rather than 1.
Mhm.
And then he is adversary 2, so that makes it 2 red. He has range defense 2, and because he's prone, that's an additional black. So 2 red, 3 black.
Does that last black really apply? I mean, I'm standing right over him.
Makes it harder for ranged, easier for melee. At the end of the day, that's what it is.
All right. Let's go ahead and.
And he is shifting underneath you. Technically, that is what it represents. Is that as well?
All right. Let's go ahead and. I was going to say I aim twice. I can't aim twice. I'll pass out. So I'll aim once and I'll spend a destiny point.
Since you are, I'm gonna spend a destiny in response to give him an additional purple. He's as you're shooting down, he manages to roll out the shots and grab your leg that's on him, kind of with the inside of his elbow, since obviously he has the 2 guns. He grabs with the inside of his elbow, and between shifting his weight and kind of pushing into your leg, knocks you into Talia. So thus getting you off of him and into Talia's face. Alright, Talia, what are you doing as Young gets basically pushed into you while firing?
Catching him, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, because I doubt I'm going to be able to go after Lux if I'm trying to.
You could just let me fall. Like, ground's not going to kill me.
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't catch him, Young will be prone on the ground, basically, next to you and Banana and Lux.
But does that mean I can make a move in against Lux if I let him fall?
Depends on what you're trying to do against Lux. Because you'd need a maneuver to move out of the way of Young.
Right.
So.
I was thinking of just brawling him.
So one maneuver to move around, and then you need 2 strain for another maneuver to be in prone as melee. So
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
I think the 2.
Unless you have jump up,
No, I don't think I have that.
because that's what Fanada did in order to attack him.
What am I rolling against?
A melee, so you're doing melee. That'll be 1 defense, adversary 2, and a slightly concerned but still flirting look.
So that makes it 1 red, 1 purple?
Not for melee, that'd be 2 red.
Okay, thank you.
Melee attacks are always 2 purple.
Okay. The dice today.
All right,
the
gang.
dice.
All right, gang.
We just have to let Fanada and Delani do everything.
They're getting lucky, though, not really, with theirs. It's not even that they're like Vanada's initiative roll there was just lucky.
They are the chosen ones.
Uh-huh. Anyway. So, what would Talia like to do with that triumph? If you didn't hit him.
I didn't hit him. It's actually a really good question. Trying to decide if it's better to try and deal with one of his blasters or keep him prone. I'm gonna say she's gonna go for one of the blasters.
Okay, so you're gonna punch one of the blasters from his hand?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a move. So yeah, you punch one of the blasters from his hand. It spins away. He winces and like shakes that hand a little bit. Before saying it's nothing personal.
Not my friends. I think that's a little personal.
You started it. And he moves, he kind of spins out from under you. But Vanada will now come in for her next attempt. Got the thing again, but that's fine. So she just didn't have a threat there. That's 8. X is 4. Yep. So Yeah, she's suddenly useful in a fight against one only barely combat guy. Yeah. All right. Well, not barely, but he's good at his thing. So, and then it's good at shooting. All right, but okay, and then she is going to triumph crit. Oof. She lands a compromised on him, so he has to increase difficulty of all of his checks. And then he's going to... So now that he's kind of rolling out the way of one, he's then going to try to roll out the way of the other. Gonna grab his pistol. And while still on the ground, I think in this case, right? Yeah. So he's moving out of the way to get the pistol. Yeah, he has to. Okay, so while still on the ground, he is going to fire both pistols same as before, except he's no longer engaged. So still has to increase it though for that, plus he increases it for compromised. He is going to take 2 strain to use guns blazing, which allows him to not have to increase the difficulty when attacking with both. Because he is not winning this fight otherwise. That's how he's viewing it. Given that one of them is a crazy princess with a sword.
The only one who can hit.
Somehow, for some reason, yeah. Wow. Hmm.
The dice today.
Oh boy. Huh. Oh boy. Let me double check he doesn't have marksman. He does not. Okay, then he is going to shoot out a Young's blaster. So Young would have to grab it and then add a setback to the next check that is made against him. Yep, that's all he can do. So, Young, it's your turn.
Okay, he shot my blaster pistol out of my hand, right?
Yeah. Yep.
I can't grab it though because I'm prone, so I'd have to stand up to move.
Well, you
To
can
get the
move.
pistol first.
You could move while prone. So that's what he did. You just wouldn't necessarily be able to stand up again. He had to do 2 maneuvers to do that on his end. So, and you can't do 2 maneuvers, so you'd be able to get over to it, but you wouldn't be able to use it.
I can move to it, but I can't pick it up. Right.
Right.
Okay, then if I can't do that, Well, I am gonna quick draw my blaster rifle then.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so screwed now, Lux.
It's adversary 2, and at this point defense 4 because of prone and the setback he added from his advantages.
Mm-hmm.
So
I will aim and I'll give myself an upgrade.
I won't upgrade it back.
Well, it's an increase at this point.
Yeah, I won't upgrade it back because it's 1 red, 1 purple right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think gonna be some kickback off of that.
Right.
Be prepared to. Okay, so before you pass out, how much damage?
It's 14 pierce 2.
Is that wounds? Or
Yes.
Ooh.
It doesn't have a stun setting.
Oh.
Oh, actually, I should have minused one of those setbacks, but I'll still pass out.
Yeah, you still will. 14 pierce 2. Oh. Poor Lux. He tried. He was doing real well, but he tried. So as Young quick draws the rifle from the ground, still kind of disoriented and moving around, he quickly fires, but the kickback from the rifle and the position you're in just kicks you back right into one of the market kind of benches, so to speak, and you just knock your head against it and kind of slide. But Lux, on the other hand, he definitely exceeded wound threshold. Gets a crit plus 10. Yeah, I'd say so. And then, yeah, Talia, as Young knocks himself out, you would just see, Lux get launched backward, like kind of across the terrain a little bit, kicking up some ash and dust, and kind of come to a stop as he's clearly been like hit hard.
Ooh, that really looked like it hurt.
Yeah, and he's out, and you just see Venata like with a frustrated like kind of kick to the ground, kick some more ash and dust before going to check on Young, assuming you would do whatever you care to do about Lux.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check on Lux.
Yeah. As he was the only one to get hit by wounds.
Yeah. I mean, the big gun worked. It was the one time we hit.
All right, well, the ride's not over yet, Preston, as we flip back over to the Mandos on the roof.
Oh, do we have to? Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. Just... Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
No, it's what I'm trying to come to terms, but okay. So, is it back to me unless something else happened that's scary?
Yeah, no, nothing changes initiative order, so it'll still be you, Cinder, Lonnie.
Okay. All right, let me check my strain again. I can risk some strain, but not a whole lot. So, going to aim once and try for another lightsaber hit. Just real frustrated that it's going this way, but you know, she pulled out the big guns first.
Is she?
I was the one that used the stun setting.
Yeah.
2 stun setting weapons.
Yeah. Well, I just meant you attacked first was more of what I meant when it's like.
Oh,
yeah.
that's true. She's within her rights. She is the Mandalorian.
But no, that's fine. Continue. I was more of stating that.
Adversary 3, defense 2.
Yep.
All right, I can actually remove one of those defense. I forgot last time, but they both rolled blank anyway, so it didn't matter. I aimed, so I get one more boost die. A chance to redeem myself in front of another Mandalorian.
Oh damn. Well, I mean, I'd say the chances occurring.
So 8 plus success, so 9. Reach.
Yeah, I mean, no cortosis. Well, I mean cortosis, but not in her armor, so she takes 9.
All right, and I don't know if the smart move is to upgrade. I'm going to try to make Cinder. Oh, let's see. Upgrade, destroy. Okay, so I can't destroy her jetpack with that. That would have been preferred just in case, but I'm going to roll on the crit table.
Oh wow. So she already has a crit, but that's canceled out by durable. So it's base plus if you have anything that adds, such as vicious or lethal.
I do not.
And that's just a base crit. Oh, there goes her pistol.
Huh. And I will take 3 strain to bodyguard once.
Okay. You take 1 strain for the threat as well.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Decisions.
Yeah, well, Cinder is, despite getting hit by your saber, since you or knocked the pistol away, sorry. She's gonna have to punch, and she was already in a punching position for Lonnie, so she'll punch Lonnie. It's upgraded once, however, because of you, correct?
Yep.
Yep.
I didn't have I needed some strength left over just in case, but she's sturdy. Interesting.
It's just she'll be open to Lonnie's strike. So that's another 12 damage strike on Lonnie.
Does Lonnie look like she needs me to take that hit, or is she
No.
like okay?
No,
Alright.
she's still way better than you right now, as far as health goes.
I mean, let's not limit it to just that, but you know, we'll
it's
save the accolades for later.
Yeah. Okay, and
Bless you.
sorry. Tried to move away. All right. Okay, Lonnie will strike with an upgrade due to the despair. Hold on. Actually, I think Cinder. I forgot to roll the disorient setback for Cinder. Yeah, I did. Okay. Didn't make a difference. All right. Yep. So now it will be that. That.
I don't feel
Oh.
good about this fight at all. But
Forgot essential kill.
oh man,
All right, well that's a hit. That's a fascinating hit right there. That's what that is.
oh. I am just awed today.
Well. Don't yeah, so all right. Okay. Since that is a hit on Cinder, that will be a crit. So that'll be a crit plus 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, minus 10. So crit plus 40.
Definitely closing in on Cinder. Yeah, I don't
Alright.
feel good about it.
All right, Kadas. Oh yeah, I could have. That was such a gentle plus 40. But yeah,
Kadas
so to narrate the scene for a moment, sorry, and then you can go. But to narrate the scene for the moment, yeah, it's you guys would just see red skies in the background, the occasional plume of sulfur black smoke rushing into the air and coming back down against kind of the hazy area around the bustling crowds below these buildings as these three Mandalorians strike and fight each other. The red one with Cortosis gauntlets trying to take on a lightsaber and a force pike as the other two are moving quickly and as a pretty good team, swinging and moving around. But it does look like Cinder's starting to lose.
Yeah, I said before this that I can't afford to give Cinder too much room or too much of a doubt. So Kadas is going to ready to attack again. He's just, you can still surrender and this can be over. And he's feeling very conflicted about this. That it's not going to stop him from attacking again.
Go adversary 3, defense 2.
I just want to know if I want to double aim or bodyguard aim, but I'm running low on strain, and I'm going to double aim this time. Oh, that looks like it hurt.
Probably.
That's 12 and a crit.
Okay.
Oh man.
Big moment happening here, everybody.
It's fitting there's the three of them, but it feels wrong and dirty.
Okay. So do you normally have any additions to the crit?
I do not.
Okay. Then it'll be... And you crit on 1 or 2?
2.
It'll be plus 30 minus 10, so plus 20.
Well,
Yeah.
we're working as a team here.
Yep. And then Cinder takes another crit.
Did I knock her out?
Yeah, so as you hit her with the saber, she tries to block with her gauntlets. You manage to push through hard enough and to move her arms away. She's still disoriented and having difficulty moving from the strikes from the pike, in addition to your blows, and you're able to get a good slash down, kind of across her lower torso, kind of stomach area, across her, and then down kind of across one of her legs, and she begins to fall over, and as she does, she hits her head on one of the pipes that's running across the building, a ventilation pipe. She hits her head on that and kind of spins around and falls backward a bit. Gets to her turn and passes.
She passes.
You can't do anything when you're unconscious.
Oh, okay.
And Lonnie moves forward for an attack.
Oh no. Could also, out of turn, he's just getting ready to say stop, but he probably can't do that.
Well, the actions of the fight are too quick. And it's not immediately obvious Cinder went down because of how she went down.
Yeah,
Because your crit knocked her prone.
Yeah,
So
that's fair.
It's
That's
not
fair.
obvious. It's not obvious she's down.
No, that's fair, but I don't like it.
She'll have to roll against everything like normal.
Okay, you did good. You can start missing. I missed a few turns. You can miss a turn. Oh, that makes me sick.
And hits with crit. So first crit will happen off the attack, which is crit plus 50. To the left arm.
That could have been worse, but
Sorry.
okay.
Yeah, to left arm. And then and then taking a crit while being downed. Like taking wounds while being downed is a crit. So that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minus 10 again. So that'll be plus 50 again. That'll be to the left leg.
God. And she was still almost winning.
Yeah, considering she almost one-shotted you, but
Uh-huh.
the issue
I mean-
was she just doesn't do as much damage while brawling is the problem though, for her. But you knocking away that pistol is the difference for that. All right, and so yeah, as you slashed her and knocked her into the pipe, and she falls down, before you or Lonnie realize she's not able to do anything else, Lonnie moves in, slamming her force pike down into Cinder's arm, and just pulling with sheer strength, pulls Cinder's body up and swings it around back toward the pipe, hitting a vertical portion of the pipe, and you can hear the sound of her leg hitting it, and bending around it in a unnatural way. And then she spins with the pipe off the body, and Cinder's body rolls into kind of a crumpled heap and stops.
Oh my. Can also, I mean, Cinder didn't like make any cries of anguish or anything, and
She would have made a sound like when she first got hit by the saber, but no, she wouldn't have made any other noises throughout the rest of that.
yeah, I think that's a pretty clear indication with what she just took that she's either dead or unconscious. So Kadas will just start approaching her,
Yeah.
and
You see Lonnie coming around the corner of the pipe, looking like she's still ready to fight. But you are first in the initiative.
Kadas will kind of like keep his saber pointed at Cinder's direction because he's still almost down, and Cinder clearly has a reputation, or should have a reputation, of being a great warrior for what she just went through. And so he's not underestimating her, and just looks over to Lonnie. I think it's done.
Do you make any check associated with that?
No, like to Lonnie,
Mhm.
or I mean, he put a hand out to kind of keep her back, but he'll I mean, it's not like I can make a medicine check to make sure, but that's all he can do.
Yeah, but you can do a leadership check to get her to stop.
Sure. Question mark? I would rather her stop, and as slim as that chance is, I'll take it.
Yeah,
I'll
so-
even spend a destiny point.
Yeah, so it's 3 difficulty.
Upgrading it, because please stop.
You get a boost as well.
That is unfortunate.
Take 1 strain. She's not listening, but you have the opportunity to intercede. Otherwise, it looks like she's gonna stab her pike down at Cinder again.
Kadas will stand over Cinder and just he's not even gonna point a saber at her. He's just gonna keep his hand up and just say, "It's done. It's done. She fought with honor."
And Lonnie almost, doesn't almost. Lonnie basically body checks you and knocks you aside, but she isn't really, because of the fight and how, like, much was going on, she doesn't really hit you straight on well enough to knock you out of the way without knocking her down too, and basically knocks the two of you down next to her in a way that her pike doesn't hit you and your lightsaber doesn't hit her. And the two of you just crash down, and you just feel her fist with the pike in it just slam against the Duracrete repeatedly, like, and you can almost hear what sounds like crying coming from her through the helmet.
Oh no!
As fight adrenaline, you get the feeling, like, just from her body on yours, that she has fight adrenaline going on still.
Kadas will deactivate, and if necessary, drop his saber, and he'll try to put an arm around her.
Yeah, you have to, because she would start to try to, like, move towards Cinder's body again. But if you grab hold on her hard enough, she'll let go of the pike.
I will. Just Bonnie, you did good. Let this end honorably. We'll see justice through. Just breathe.
You hear her almost trying to breathe, but it's really, like, clenched, and you can see the helmet, like kind of shifting a little bit as her head is, like, clear, like, and neck and all that is clearly really tight, and then you hear her just yell out the adrenaline that's still moving through her.
Yeah, I don't know how to calm that kind of person down, but Faz will just stay with her and just try to keep her in an embrace. He's not like trying to, like, forcefully. He's just trying to let her know that it's over, and as far as they know, it's safe.
And with that, we'll cut away. And go back to Tatooine, where we see a park speeder off the side of a sand dune as Sol and Iris are walking their way down toward a pit-like hole in the sand.
Sol just says out loud, "This is ominous."
Yeah, it's deep in the valley. There's a shadow being cast from the canyon, kind of over the pit even. And as you get to the edge of the pit, it looks like it's more cavern than pit. Like, it definitely turns off. It's not bottomless, but you can't quite see a lot due to the shadow of the canyon and general darkness of everything. And you just hear Iris whistle out in surprise before we're saying, "All right, Jedi, what we need is down there." She looks at you with a kind of a grin. Lead the way.
Lead the way.
Does Sol get any weird feelings?
Oh yeah. You can tell that this pit cavern, whatever it is exactly is giving off a force emanation.
Yeah, Sol's just gonna say out, so this is why you need me. And he's sort of saying that while his eyes are closed.
And she do you open your eyes or?
Yeah.
Or okay.
Yeah, after a few seconds.
Yeah, and when you do, you just kind of see her looking at you almost for a moment a lot less confident than she is literally every other time. Even while you two were being more open, she still had a confidence to her, and you see her kind of looking for the briefest moment like she felt useless, but noticing that your eyes were open again, she kind of rolls her shoulders and gets herself back situated and says, well, of course, deal's a deal. I don't got it, you do. So,
is there any like way to go straight down, or do we have to climb, or is it slanted down the way? Like any type of pass we can take?
I don't know, you can see. She has perception 3 that she can upgrade your check with if needed.
Definitely.
All right. And it'll be 2 difficulty and 3 setbacks due to darkness.
Let's see. If I use my infra binoculars to
I'd say that
one
removed. Yeah. That would apply, yes. So yeah, as you're looking in, you do quickly see a place where the two of you can start moving down. It's fairly thin, and you got a feeling, much to Iris's probably pleasure, you two will have to stay close together in order to safely move down. But there is a path running around the ring of the pit opening that seems to eventually kind of drop you off into where the cavern turns.
Yeah, Sol will explain and point that out to her, and as we're discussing it. To me, Sol's demeanor sort of changes, especially feeling the force here from the smirking to the serious look as he starts to hug along the walls.
Right. And much like with the perception check, you can upgrade your coordination with coordination 5. And otherwise same difficulty as you're heading down.
I was scared of the threat.
Wouldn't it be 4 yellows and a green?
Yeah, I just noticed that. Sorry.
Okay, so could you roll one? Yeah, alright, so it's four. It's still 4 success. Because it'd have been 1 less success, but you won't need to cancel the threat anymore. So, all right, yeah. So as you two move down really easily, as you're able to work together, you're kind of leading the way, being the eyes, and taking the more dangerous steps, but you find that she's really quick with her reflexes, and whenever you shift in a way that would probably lead to at least a stumbling, if not a potentially more dangerous fall, she grabs you in some way, and often in the way that not only keeps you steady, but can keep you moving and as you're moving down, she at one point just kind of gently loops one arm around one of yours and stays to your back, and together, even as some of the points get a little tighter, you're able to move across them with little difficulty.
As we get halfway through and going through, Sol's just going to stop completely. So we can't move forward without, as both of us move, and just sort of looks at her and asks, like, are you ever tired of the facade? We were talking about loneliness, and I'm assuming the way you act goes along with your line of work, and it's probably hard to have everyone just judging your beauty and not your talents.
And when you stopped, it kind of catches her off guard because she's been so careful about reacting to every movement. So she basically ends up spinning sort of slightly around you since her arm's looped with yours, and as you stop, so she's not in a dangerous position at all, but the two of you are kind of slightly tangled. And she gives a short nod, but almost then immediately shakes her head. Like, the short nod was almost the you get the feeling it was the reaction, that she's been kind of in this state of reacting, and so the short nod was just to that, before she just kind of shakes her head and says, what facade?
The comment earlier about loneliness seemed more understanding and empathetic towards me. I'm tired of being alone, so I was only assuming that you felt the same way, but in different situation.
Everyone's so, and she seems like she's searching for a reason before saying, everyone's so beneath me. It's lonely not having. And she kind of, you get the feeling she's trying hard really not to now she's trying hard not to react. Have someone on my level.
Sol just looks at her and like doesn't smirk or change his face, is all like normal, and just says, of course. And then sort of gives her. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, what's your cool?
1 yellow, 3 green.
She is attempting a charm check. Is there anything you would like to affect that?
No.
What?
No, I think that's all I have is just my basic stuff.
Okay. She moves her arm in such a way to kind of grab your collar to make sure she's like completely secure against you, since you're in the, she's not in a bad position, but you're in a very sturdy position, and if you let her, she is going to give you probably the hardest kiss you've ever had.
Yeah, he's he doesn't know out of fear or out of the bonding moment, but he does. So he's sort of in a confused state as it happens. Yeah. But
you get the impression that she is confused when she does it, because it's very, as the force of it basically knocks your head against against the rock, basically. You get the impression that it's a very pent up feeling, and very real and almost unsure and it's just a very long, very like pushed, almost not quite forceful, but like almost like she doesn't want to be turned down. You know, that's the feeling you're getting from, is like she doesn't want to give you the opportunity to stop her. And then eventually will loosen and pull back, giving you an opportunity to react or act however you wish.
Sol's surprised, but like towards the end, like I said, he was confused at first and sort of gives in because of the bonding moment and just looks at her and just says, "A deal's a deal," and makes a motion to keep moving so she knows that to hold on.
And she just nods and slowly gets back into her reactive state as the two of you finish your way down. And as you do, and begin to reach where the pit turns into more of a cavern as it moves away from that opening, you just, for the briefest moment, the two of you feel the ground shake slightly. And you hear what sounds like the creatures roaring, kind of echoing through the cavern, and everything shaking a little bit. And Iris stands alone, but definitely does seem to be get into a defensive position before the sounds sort of subside. And they definitely don't seem to be approaching you in any way, nor do they continue on. And
Yeah. Sol would quick draw his lightsaber, but he doesn't activate it, just gets the hilt in front of him.
yeah. And so this will be a fear check. 3 difficulty. Okay. Yep. You see there's another roar again, this time louder and definitely closer, but still nothing visible. And you stand tall, and you feel a little bit of doubt. Take 2 strain. We're going to use this as just strain here, the threat. And Iris will take 3. And he'll take like 1 step toward you, but still stand tall, like feeling confident enough in herself. And that is where we'll end the session this week. Thanks everyone for listening in. Hope it's been a good time for everybody, and next session we will see these dramatic events continue to unfold.
Oh. Can we take a vacation instead?
There's no such thing as a vacation.
All
Not
right.
for us.
So thanks for listening in, and we'll see you next time.
Later.
Bye.
Bye.